just got one more thing to do here. Right. Good morning, everybody. I got a haircut. Still seeing that box. Is that actually on the stream? Let's go look at it. Go look at it. Yeah, there it is. I believe that is the Bongo Cat, which doesn't even work all the time. Sometimes Twitch, YouTube, what else we got going? What am I missing? Twitch, YouTube, Steam. What am I missing? I don't know. Anyway, there's something else we're streaming to, right? I just woke up. I'm not prepared to make executive decisions like that. Let's get to work. I believe there is some chat going on in here. Bug reports. Furnace. I still couldn't add. No. Same boat. Can't load into furnaces. There's no character anymore. Well, shoot. Looks like I made a mistake. Still can't load into furnaces. I tried that myself. Even in single player. Let's try it in single player then. So it's easier. We'll get that started up. Open the bug tracker in the meantime. It's of course not going to remember who I am, so I'm going to log in manually. And then it's going to say, oh, I know who you are. Let's just do that in the first place, be nice. Go to the issues. I'm going to stir my coffee. Once again, I have not finished my cereal. My apologies for that. Hope it doesn't make loud crunching noises. Chest channels, modifiers, that's going to be what we're looking at. We did a patch. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday, by the way. I had a doctor's appointment, what was that, Wednesday. And after that, I didn't get back to streaming. I did get back to coding, and I messed up. It's working in multiplayer, but not in single player. Oh, interesting. Because I did change that functionality up a little bit here, where facilities send their data to clients. It's even still selected there. This was messed up. In single player, that's not working because why? Kana. What's happening is probably loading incorrectly if it's not working in single player. Mic's a little high there, or camera. Just a slight outline of a cat on the cat cam. I was having a weird dream. We were trying to get a karaoke machine set up, and there was like a swimming pool, and like, yeah, it was weird. I'm thinking save. No, it's gonna be terrain save file. The building. No, we were messing with MISC data holder. We added container slots to MISC facility datas to make sure that tombstones can drop bags and whatnot properly. So there's probably somewhere in the loading function here for facilities that's not properly assigning the inventory slot type. That looks correct. Cave load. Haven't touched that. Better just give it a try. My phone's buzzing. No big deal. Don't need to mess with tombstones anymore, I don't think. Let's go back to the start. Here in the Unity editor, I can go ahead and look right at the forge and its facility slots, which are marked as interactable. Is there anything in there? There is. Which, let's find one that's slot 4. Doesn't have anything in it, correct? It is interactable. Facility slot type. There we go. See, this needs to be forge. Once I change that to forge, well, of course that's not what we were trying to do, but that's what should happen. So the forge is not getting set up properly. Which is basically just a facility. It's got a startup method. Probably specific. That's a refining station, in fact. Refining station. If you're a forge, it marks all of the slots as forge slots right here. But immediately upon loading, it was already not. Okay, so that's not MISC data holder. That's building data holder. And that's our facility holder. We're looking for, if it's a facility, give each slot the correct facility slot that it wants. Might be the slot copy function. When we load, that actually happens when we load the building. I sure don't remember messing with that. Save data manager, loads, buildings, spawn facility. Facility slot type, it's definitely going to load in there. This is a bummer now because they're all messed up when people save games. I think this is the problem though. Setup, loads, are we even calling setup? Save data manager, spawn facility, grab the prefab, and I'm not muted, am I? Okay, I looked again. Fill in all the facility slots. Facility slot type is interactable. Facility slot type is whatever it was saved as. So maybe that's just our problem. That is a bummer. Just that now we've got a bunch of facilities with bad saved slots, huh? Well, let's say we call this setup on them. For example, refining station. This is going to go through 0 to 15. It's going to mark all the slots. But here it's going to set them to nothing. Now, this is actually only getting called when we place a building. Save data manager calls it on, I believe this is treasure chests. Who are you oh, for leyline teleporters only. Okay, teleporters, transmogrifiers don't. Yeah, player building calls it when we put it down, and teleporters get it called as well. So, that's a bummer. For example, I'll bet if we go into an older save, things will work normal. No? Okay. So we're not just saving improperly. We are in fact loading improperly. Facility slot type is null. Save data manager. This is where we spawn the facility. this is where we set up its inventory slots. And right here we should be setting up the facility slot type. Why is that not triggering properly? It's gonna create a lot of debugs, but let's go ahead and just look at that. Debug log slot type. Let's go ahead and say facility data dot facility type. Something like that. And let's try an even older save. I may have changed this guy. Network facility data target part number. If is server return. Input data facility type. Yeah, we're going to want to take a look at it before we even load it up. I'm going to try an even older save. Hopefully we've got a forge or something to look at. Pretty sure bag test doesn't. Let's go to test world. Hey there, Flansenritter. I want to check it out before I even touch anything. Where are we at? Alright, it should have loaded as a forge. This one did. We got a whole bunch of debugs telling us. Oh, and we did the wrong debug there anyway. Slot dot, we want to do facility slot type. Forge here looks good though. That one does have something in it. Let's double check. This guy doesn't have anything in him. So yeah, I think it is just those saves. I might have bounced around in those saves. If that's the case, it should have, it should be marked with the last save time. We were looking at beta world. Well, it just saved it now. Let's go look at grand design. Setup, we know, should be working as normal. Thank you. Oh, not this world. I've been in this world. Somebody built this crazy Mayan temple where you start out down in here. You have to climb out every time. Get me out of there. I fell through the roof. Alright. There's a forge. And actually, I don't even want to touch it. I'm just going to look at it. These are all marked as forge. No, I have paid for most of the assets. And we do got some funky stuff going on here, though. I've got my wife calling me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. This is somebody's single player save that they sent me. Oh, thank you for the follow. We're getting up there. Twitch counter there is not quite correct. I believe you are the 40th follower, so we're getting close to our goal of 50 there. Thank you very much for that. This was, I believe, a single player base that they sent me to look out for something. I did just mess this up trying to interact with it even. Set all the slot types back to null. In single player, let's go ahead and look at version control. There is a girl that I pay once in a while to do 3D stuff for me. But a lot of that is actually store-bought assets, unfortunately. Would be nice to have everything custom made, of course. We're looking at scripts. I know I changed that. Building data holder. That all just moved. Oh, we made sure those were not empty. That's all we did there. Didn't even touch the save. Didn't even touch... Did mess a lot with facilities, but this is all when the client data gets updated stuff. So let's just double check if it's doing that in single player, because that's probably what's going on. We get this interactable facility, which I've named wrong, but I've since figured out that you can rename stuff in bulk. I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm going to go ahead and not do that. That's scary because Unity uses those names. Oh, some of the cats are showing up, huh? Gotta get in the sunshine. I've got 4 cats. 3 of them will end up in there in the next 30 minutes or so. Kawaii. So regardless of single player or not, we are going to go ahead and go do this. So we are getting update client data called. No matter what. But again, we went through and we fixed this, supposedly. Facility slot type. Nope. Looks like that is not getting set properly here at all, now that I think about it. I think all we need is one right here. Slot type. Facility slot type. It's a bit of a journey, definitely. You can do anything you want, though, with C# and Unity. People ask that question, can I do this? Can I do this? And you can. I chose to go really big and difficult, so it's taken me years to even get this far, but there's a lot you can do with C# and Unity. Now, this should fix, for example, a world that has not been saved yet. I didn't teleport in that world, so it shouldn't be saved. So let's double check that it's not saved and that it does in fact work now. And then we want to go back to one of those worlds that did save and is probably broken and make sure that it's fixed or not. So we might have to put something together to repair those damaged saves now, which is a big bummer. There's another kitty rubbing on my leg. And I'm stuck in the pit again, but let's see, loading properly. Let's get me out of this hole. Yeah. Excuse me. I'll mute it when I sneeze. I might sneeze again. Interacting with the forge. Facility slot type forge. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We get up to. There's nothing in 14. We can see that. It's labeled as forge. Interactable forge. Right clicking on timber. It's not going in. How did we mess this up so bad? Well, this is a whole other thing. We are clicking on an inventory. We are linked to a facility. Can stack worked. Otherwise, look for an open slot. Find an empty slot. Assuming we found an empty slot, attempt to swap. This is one of the main commands here. And we're going to be looking at if it's interactable. Make sure it's interactable compatible. And we're looking at forges, which means the timber and lumber should go into the forge just fine. Oh yeah, there's Pee-Pee. Might climb down. Nope. Oh yeah, there's Pearl on camera in the background there. Now this is a bit confusing. Let's double check here. Interactable Solace, none of this matters except for, well, inventory slot certainly matters a lot, but all we did here was add that. That's fine. It's gotta be this facility script, but for each inventory slot, input data. I think these are the real culprits here, but facility slot type equals facility type. Is that the same thing? Facility types, yeah. This guy's marked as forge though. I'm looking right at him. Interactable forge. It's got a null item. I actually prefer that that was, and I might be messing this up by looking at it because, yeah, that's true. Unity does, even if this was supposed to be empty, it'll serialize a base script into there. Let's go back to I hate that save because the way that it spawns me in that pit. Maybe this one won't. Hold on a sec, my wife's not feeling too well. What's up? 네? 이요. 이게 많이 작아요? 점이 좀 이러면? 그래? 그래? Sorry about that. Wife's having a rough day. And we got nothing here to double check. So that's not going to help us. I guess I'll have to do Mayan Tower again. So I don't want to click on the forge. I do want to get myself out of the pit. Got a kitty rubbing on the mic. Can I even do this? One can even let me do that. Can't put that in there. Tier 2 is going to stack fine, but it's not going to overflow at all. It's mighty strange. Right click called on inventory. And if we look right at it, we can see that the slots are properly labeled as forge. Let's see. Inventory slot. If it's a forge and we are timber, we should be compatible. I've certainly dealt with this before. Let's double check on slot type plus slot timber. Facility type plus facility slot type. Requesting, let's make sure that we are requesting from the inventory properly as well. So why not? I've already got a debug going. But we're not actually passing that until we go and we get that data, which would be down here. Requesting slot is null, or if the item is null, return. Let's just add debug requesting fact type equals requesting slot dot facility slot type, which that should be null. Yeah, we don't need that. We're pulling from inventory slot type. It should say inventory. Yeah, that's actually it right there. Not the facility slot type though, those are different. Slot type, slot number, facility slot type. And if the slot we're going to is interactable, we're going to check, and that should be fine. Let's, I mean, we know that we got, attempt to add number, attempt swap. This is even a different request moving and requesting. Let's do add num, requesting swap. Wait for it to compile. Not seeing where or why. Well, so inventory slot. Again, that's all we changed here was this, so that shouldn't be a problem. That's very good and standard advice. I started out making Minecraft clones. There's a lot of stuff that you can buy sort of pre-made too. Some people really say, you know, don't try to reinvent the wheel, but you get really locked in to doing it their way if you buy those kinds of packages and try to roll with them. It can be great for learning though. Storage chest, no. What kind of debug is this? Facility slot type. See, that's not acceptable. Spawn facility. Do we have, let's collapse these and see. Did we get the forge call like that? Forge's loading is null. See? Fill in the data from facility slot type loaded as null for all of the forges. If I stop and I look at them, not this. Now they are all null. All I did was add that debug. We're just gonna have to be going through and forcing these. It's very strange though, 'cause this world has not been saved since we've patched. I haven't touched this since the 4th. Should be well aware of the fact that it's a forge. And yet all facilities are loading in as null. But I don't see where we've changed that anywhere in, for example, save. We didn't even change the way that those are loaded. This is all from the Save Data Manager, which is in the Save folder. Should be right here. Very confusing. Haven't even... Cats wrecking the house. Quite confusing. Let's do a rollback to prior to that patch. Uncommitted changes. What do we got? Just some debugs. We'll go ahead and push this as something, just in case. Fact probs. So we can return to this state. But I'm now going to roll back prior to this even, I believe. Yeah, 13 and... oh, no. Right click. Filling fluid containers. Yeah, this was 1615. This was the problem. Number of problems with bags dropped in tombstones. So if we roll back to here, checking will create a detached head. Why? I don't have anything uncommitted. I'm on beta. I just want you to move back. Cancel that. I don't want to do this. You will no longer be on any branch unless you subsequently create a new one. Alright. So what that's going to do is revert all the files back to that state. We'll see the debug disappeared there. So that shouldn't be necessary. Don't need to reload that. Let's go back into single player now. Not what I wanted to do. I'm going to manually go into Grand Design. We don't have any of those debugs turned on anymore. But we would expect things to work as normal here. And if they do, I'm going to save myself so I'm not in that hole anymore. So we can see here, works fine. In this patch, I'll go ahead and save once here, and an exception. Value cannot be null. How is there an exception in the middle of this patch? was something that I changed. Whatever, we don't need to save. So that does show us that there's something within this patch that broke. Loading those facilities. Again, it's not a MISC facility. It is a building, but this isn't changing any of that. It is... procedural terrain doesn't either. It's got to be this inventory slot, which it's not. We can see by looking at it. Or this facility script. That's really all it leaves left, is this facility script. We didn't change the save data manager, so we used to just copy facility slots straight to be the facility slots given to us. What we're doing now instead is going through all of the inventory slots in the inventory slots. You knocked your bed down. We're stopped, we're good. Let's go ahead and roll back to the present. So it's definitely this script. Now, which makes you wonder why we still have these methods here. For example, update client data. If it's a container, which is only the case in a tombstone or a dropped bag. See, we used to just go ahead and feed the whole thing straight over. But in doing so, we were losing this functionality, even though we're checking this. Yeah, this would destroy the contents if this were a container. Watering can or a bag. This would just create a new one. It's not what we want. We want to send it over as its own container with its own inventory slots. The problem arose only with tombstones, when we didn't have enough slots. Sometimes you'd be trying to put something in slot 5 and we hadn't gotten there yet. But you still should get there eventually at some point. Go through the normal procedure, but that used to be different. Used to just be a straight up copy. Where we just fed the slots straight in. What say we, when preparing that data, which is these two here, and I should consolidate this into a method. Let's do that now. Void generate, which is not going to be a void, but generate network facility data. Going to actually return network facility data by doing all of this right here, and then doing return. Thank you for the follow, Rohit. Return NFD. NFD equals generate network facility data. And we want to call that NFD as it's being used. And now we can do the exact same thing up here, assumedly. So now we only need to change one place. This is now the method that does all of the magic. Get the type, get the tier, get the rarity. And now this is where we're getting messed up, no doubt. If the item is not null, I think what we want to do is go ahead and we can actually just do like we used to. NFD.facility slots equals new list of inventory slots using the facility slots. We're also, however, going to then, I still want that loop method. Whoops. I'm gonna copy this out once. Go back to our present position, and instead of this else, I'm gonna go through that for, and I'm not gonna make this a for each anymore because I don't like for eaches. They're slower. Dangerous-er. I equals 0 facility slots. I is less than facility slots dot count. I plus plus. The current slot we're going to be working on is an inventory slot. We'll call it temp slot. Equals facility slots I. Now if temp slot is not null and it is a container, I'm not going to worry about if it's not. We've already dealt with this stuff. Yeah, we don't need that. Copying the whole list as normal, but again, this is going to end up treating the bags as items, simple items, not containers with contents. I'm quite positive of that. We could double check that. And we will. But first, let's finish this. So we're going to go through all the facility slots. We're going to look for containers. So if we find any containers, then we're going to make a new container slot to save. And add that to the network facility data's container slots. Now when we input that data, I'm not going to do this stuff anymore. We used to just on input straight up. Not what I'm looking at. We used to just go straight to facility slots equals facility slots. Now, the only thing we're going to do different is handle these container slots a bit differently. So the first thing I want is to get rid of that. And again, I don't want to do a for each. I want to do a for in I equals 0, I equals less than nfd.containerslots.count, I plus plus. We're going to grab the one that we're currently working on. Slot equals nfd.containerslots I. And now we're going to say slot number should overwrite that. That should work better. But in the meantime, first thing I want to do is get a debug going about that slot itself. Let's just go ahead and go straight to the facility slots, which have now been written just above. We'll grab the one that thinks it's a container. Haven't grabbed the slot yet, so I need to do that first. And I want to look at the item. This should show us if it's a bag, which is the case with the tombstones that we need to double check again now. And it is safe to assume that it's a container because that's what we're working with. So I'm going to go ahead and say, how can we do this? This is going to treat it as an item. Item.item is what we want actually. I want to get a container out of it. Facility slots, slot dot slot number dot item as a container. And now I'm going to debug his contents count. If this were a new, it would have an empty list, even if it were a new container. So that shouldn't throw a null, even if it's not got anything in it, it should throw a 0. I think this will work better. Moving back to the previous method of doing things, we've just consolidated the places that our data is generated and reapplied into two specific methods. As well as only overriding containers as necessary. Right? Where's the generate method again? Generate is just going to feed it straight there like that again. We're just going to check for containers. So if there are no containers, we should be back to just passing things around as normal. I think I saved outside of the pit for once. Still in the pit. Silly save. I've got many other saves I should be using. But we'll go and we'll interact with this guy now, and let's see, they've still all loaded as null. But they are working as intended now, which is interesting that they load as null. But they work. So that's good and fine. The real question, though, was tombstones. That was the whole reason we changed all of that. Because tombstones can actually drop bags that have stuff in them. So you're talking about an item with items inside of it. And if you allow that in that method, just item within item, that means that you've got another item that could also have items in it. It creates a cyclic loop that the compiler won't let you do. What's going on here? Start client. That's not what we want. Start single. So you have to create a different type of item, which I call a container, that is capable of holding items. So a container can't hold containers. You know what I mean? If you do... Does my BSView work? Oh, it is working today. If you let things hold themselves, it creates a loop. That's not okay. You can see I did a bunch of testing over here with bags and tombstones. I think these are probably broken. I don't really want to look at that. And I don't have any bags. I don't have any water in my watering cans either, so I'm just gonna do a little of this. Give myself some bags, and I'm gonna go ahead and drop one right next to the Solace with some timber in it, and then I'm gonna put some tin in another one. Let's even put it in the middle for fun. And I'm going to take my armor off and let these guys kill me. And actually, you know what? I can kill myself, because I've got all kinds of commands. So I'm right in front of the Solace pretty much. Not strong enough of a hit. There we go. Hit myself for 6,000. Died. Left a tombstone. So it's now got a bunch of items in it, including a bag, which my friends used to always make fun of me for not pronouncing properly, and I wanted to wait for that to despawn. I'm going to go ahead and go back to the start real quick. Make sure that that actually did despawn. It's these guys out in the distance, because it'll generate before it starts despawning stuff. You can see it generating new here. Despawned all of those, okay. And so that's going to save them to disk. Or memory, at least. Now we're going to load them back in. And we got an exception. Well, it might have thrown that. It's an exception, huh? And that's unfortunate. So let's go ahead and stop right there. We can come right back to that. I might have wanted to save that, but so we do know that we're looking at a container slot, right? Container slots. We're grabbing a container slot. It's a container slot. I wanted to look at, yeah, see, and really, I know that it's just not capable of doing this. That really was all that the test was. If container is equal to null, just go ahead and say debug log. Container as item is null. Rather, container as item is an item. What's going on here is I'm trying to convert these ones that have just been passed straight as items into a container. And it won't actually let me do that unless it really is a container. If it's not a container, it's just going to make this a null object. And that's the whole reason that we have this separate container slot system, because when you serialize and send this stuff through the network, it has no concept of polymorphism or inheritance. So a container is a child class to the item class. You know, like so. It extends off of the item class. But the network can't understand that. It just thinks that they're all items. And it did save before I teleported, so that's good. I was worried it might not have. It does do that though. Ooh, my coffee is already very cold. So I'm expecting this to say container as item is an item, and that's to be expected. There are, however, more. All of our containers got doubled. Did we do add by accident here? No, I need you. Facility slots slot number equals slot dot copy as inventory slot. That's interesting. We're not adding to it. We're trying to overwrite here. Input data. That's strange that it would copy all of the containers. But in any case, I'm going to grab these two bags. I don't know why that's not updating for the bags properly. It's interesting as well. I'm going to look inside of them, and this one's got tannin in the middle, as expected. What's up with these two? Yeah, these two don't even exist. What's going on? What's going on here? Something funky there for sure. We're just inputting the slots as normal. Might want to double check. Player combat, which I believe it's actually inside of player inventory where we do the tombstone. Go through our inventory. New slot dot slot number equals slot number. Yeah, that's good. That all looks fine. We grab the tombstone, we go through our inventory, we make a new inventory slot for every is that enough? Obviously it is, because we got our, yeah, it's just when we pass stuff through the network. This is capable of understanding the difference between containers. You know, it's capable of using inheritance here. And even not just through the network, but when you save to disk and reload, it's the same thing. You have to serialize the data, which is why I left and let everything despawn before going back. Why did it create those funky copies, though? Tell you what I want to do. You need to simplify stuff. Let's head back out there. Let's take a look at this guy too. Here I dropped a bag, picked him up, no problem, and he's got his timber in there. So I'm just going to use this bag for now. Maybe go ahead and pick up a cabbage. So now I've got a bag with something in it and a cabbage, and I'm going to stand to the left of the tombstone here, and this cheat, honestly, I don't mind sharing with you. I'm just going to do get hit by a level 2000 monster. And that is definitely going to kill me. Now, once again, I want to wait for that to despawn because we're not playing multiplayer. I want to wait for that to reload itself. It's going to load the surrounding area first, make sure I can see what I'm supposed to see, and then it's going to despawn all of that. You can head back. Now we've got 2 bags, and one of them is actually a cabbage. I'm assuming... Inventory slot not found. What are we saving the slot number as? Saving it as what it is. If we don't do this, then everything works as intended. The assumption is. Even though we've moved stuff around a little bit, we consolidated some methods. We're just copying those lists straight back and forth, which is fine as long as we're not using any containers. Forge is working as expected. Cabbage was in position 1. Interesting. But clicking on it is giving me position 2, which is where it should be. Okay, I think I know what's going on now. Slot number. But when we set up, for example, a facility, which we were already looking at, let's look at refining station, for example. The slot number is I, 0 is 0, that makes sense. Slot number we're not using I, which we might as well, but generate network facility data, we've got the facility slots. New slot equals temp slot dot slot number. Somehow these slot numbers are getting out of sync. This is the generate. This is the unravel. And here we're using slot number again. Container slot. Facility slot number equals slot dot copy as inventory slot. Surely there's nothing wrong with this method. Slot number equals slot number. As expected. Slot number. All of that. How are the slot numbers getting mixed up? Well, let's repeat our bag and cabbage test. This time we're going to watch it not only from here. Slot number 0, slot number. Let's do debug.log tombstone ejection. Let's say new slot dot item plus, and actually let's put before that new slot dot slot number. So this is going to show us what is being thrown into the tombstone and what its slot number is. And then prior to saving, when we generate our network facility data, we're just copying this. So let's go ahead and, yeah, we can just do it right here because we want to look at all of them. Debug log dot, how about if nfd.facility type is equal to tombstone? Facility types.tombstone. Just to make sure we don't get like all the forges and everything printing out a bunch of data. Debug.log dot facility slots I let's put that after here, of course. Temp slot, let's go ahead and also say and temp slot dot item does not equal null. Debug log temp slot dot, let's say tombstone generating, and then we'll do the slot number, and then we'll do the item once more. We need another plus here. And then after it's passed through, let's do input. I'm actually going to do inventory slot temp slot equals facility slots under the same slot number. So now tombstone inputting as this using and I want to move the temp slot number down here because these guys are actually going to use slot number. I believe it's just item for you. Does not contain a definition for item. Slot dot, what do you got? Container dot item. Here we go. So this isn't going to show us our cabbage. This is going to show everything. Kind of want to look at the cabbage too, just to be safe. We are going through everything here. No, this is just the container slots. So let's go ahead and go through the facility slots as well. And once again, we're making sure that this is only for tombstones and that the temp slot item does not equal null. Temp slot in tombstone inputting an inventory slot as temp slot number, temp slot item dot item. We'll get rid of that, and we'll just add down tombstone inputting a container slot as this. And again, all that it's doing is overriding. There should be no addition, like it did that first time where it was copying the bags. But then when we tried to drag them over, it didn't. It was almost like it was using the wrong numbers. That's why we're doing all these number checks. Gonna look at this guy. Yeah, he does do the update here. Tombstone generating slot 1 is cabbage. Tombstone generating slot 0 is bag. Tombstone inputting an inventory slot, cabbage, bag. Inputting a container slot as 0 bag using temp slot number 1. Which means using temp slot number 1. temp slot. Oh. Yeah. Slot number. Cabbage in 1, bag in 0. Cabbage in 1, bag in 0. Bag in 0. Using temp slot number 1, but that's not actually being temp slot. The container slot is 0, but the temp slot is 1. Container slot is 0, as it should be. Picking up the slot that's at slot 0, right? We've got slot number right here, debugging as 0. Container slot is 0. The facility slot at 0 thinks that it's in slot number 1. I mean, I guess they're just not in the right order. And I guess that doesn't matter. I guess what we want to do is not rely on the slot number, but we want to go through and find, we've got our slot. Now what we want to do is for int f equals facility slots dot count. Just kidding, 0. As long as f as long as f is less than the count, f plus plus. And we are looking for, we want to grab the slot. Yeah, let's stop doing that there. We want to grab the slot and we want to look at it. If temp slot dot number is equal to our slot dot slot number, then we will go ahead and do this. Facility slots, inventory slot, temp slot, facility slot dot slot number. Facility slots F is now what we're dealing with. Inventory slot, this is F. Inventory slot, temp slot F. If temp slot is the same number that we're looking for, we want to overwrite the container slot. Let's go ahead and rename this to container slot. And can we move that debug somewhere useful? If NFD is temp slot equal to item does not equal null. Tombstone inputting a container slot. We actually want that even down here. Tombstone inputting a container slot as container slot number, container slot item using temp slot, using index F. So I guess those just aren't organized like an array, because see, the player inventory has a set number and it's actually an array, it's not a list. So it's storing specific numbers for what slot it's in. Cabbage 1, 0 bag. Cabbage 1, 0 bag. Container slot 0 bag using index 1. Meow meow. That gives us a bag. That gives us a cabbage. So these guys are just totally out of order. Element 0 is slot number 1. It's just not nice. How is that happening? Generate network facility data. Here it's just creating a list of them. It was generating cabbage at slot 1. Bag at slot 0. But it's doing them in the wrong order. Tombstone generating 1 cabbage. Am I going through this backwards or something? I don't understand. Starting at 0. Is it the... yeah, this guy too. Slot 0. Slot number equals slot number. Well, maybe that tombstone is bugged just from us messing around, so let's make a new one. That's why I didn't want to touch that other tombstone. I'm pretty sure that some of these older ones are already just bugged. And so maybe this guy is too. Let's go ahead and grab his stuff. He'll go away. Now, you're not bugged, right? You're fine, right? Okay. Let's just go ahead and save and return to the menu just to be sure stuff isn't being funky anywhere. Tombstone's gone. We've got a cabbage. We've got a bag. I'm gonna kill myself. Tombstone ejection. 0 cabbage, 1 bag. That's how we had it in our inventory. 0 cabbage, 1 bag. Do I want to go look at that? I could go look at that. I thought it was right here. Looks like they've shifted. Let's go ahead and say that's where the mine is. Looks like everything but the area, everything but the mine. The areas have already despawned. The terrains have not despawned. And there they go. Let's go back. And we are expecting... I need to get rid of this, because it's annoying. We're expecting a cabbage and a bag. Container 1, bag using index 1. Alright, so that worked properly that time. Now, is there anywhere else that we are doing this? I believe we've repaired what we were working on. This was just for debug purposes. There's nothing going on here. This, however, was the fix. I got a little meow sound, do sound. Hey, kitty. Kitty rubbing on the mic. Hey, Lucian. That's art, right? Maybe. No, it's fine. Whatever works. I think I've cleared everything up. Kind of the big question is... is the current patch messing up saves or not? I don't think it is. This is 16. I'm gonna load up multiplayer world that we've been messing around in. Hi, kitty. Now in 16, the forge is busted. I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna quit. And then I'm gonna reload that same save in our new version. In in single player, we better test multiplayer too. In single player, standing right at the forge, and he is in fact broken. So that's weird. Or timber and forge. So still got these guys loading as null. Once you break them. What if I save here once and come back? Yeah, 1.4 should be fine, or 0.14. It's 0.15, 0.16 that we broke it in order to fix tombstones. And save and reload doesn't fix it. You can see the slot types have been set to null and they're not coming back. I mean, that's not so bad. They're all just facilities. It's just a single generic class that they all go through. There were some problems with the transfer of data that's now repaired, but now if I pick the forge back up and I put him back down, he's going to fix himself. But that's just not nice, you know, make everybody replace everything. Let me double check that. I think that you can, because it doesn't matter where you're coming from. Yeah, you can remove. And then if I pick this guy up, that's unfortunate that this has remained open. But anyway. And then I place him down again. Now he's going to work fine. It's just the ones that have been saved. No, it's just this facility slot type is not being saved, was not being saved properly. It is now, and it is loading properly, but there now exists facilities that have been saved with inventory slots that don't know their facility slot type anymore. So we need to intercept these when we load them, which the save data manager does right here. And so let's just say that I need to move Kitty out of the way of the keyboard. 1,000 apologies. If slot.facility slot type is equal to 10 o'clock. If we're loading this in as null, facility slot type should actually be loaded in as facility data. Oops. Dot facility type. And these are the same. No, they're not. Facility types. Inventory slot deficit. Oh, sorry. That just needs to be an equal. So if it loads as null, go ahead and just force it. And I believe that works for most stuff. What was there's tombstone, but wasn't there also, no, yeah, that looks good. Okay. Should be fine. That should fix it. Don't like adding stuff like that too much. But just a little check. I always leave enough space for my wrists in front of my keyboard. It's just a good size for Kitty to come and sit. That wasn't an invitation. You go ahead and you stay there. You don't need to sit here. Look, my hands are here. You can't sit here. You can purr into the mic though, that's always fun. Purr into the mic. Thought I hit play. Look at this, I can't even hit play from the keyboard anymore. It's really unfortunate. Completely removes focus from Unity when you compile. Oh, happy kitty. What's your cat do with the coffee cup? Knock it over? So we have fixed this, and I'm gonna bet that tries to drink the coffee? Wow. Does it just like lap it once and then go ugh? Or does it actually drink it? Eel. Doesn't drink it. Yeah, they want to know what it is though. I believe that I have fixed everything here. How to test. We just did test. We need to test multiplayer though. So I'm going to start that up. My wife is not feeling well. And she's right behind me, wants me to make her a drink. And it's 10 o'clock, so I'm going to let this load while I do. Just a real quick break, stretch, go to the bathroom, make my wife some tea, and I'll be right back. barely see her in the background. I just won't tell her. She'd be mortified. So we're gonna do the same thing and just make sure that it's working up good in multiplayer. And what we're specifically testing is facilities and tombstones. Tombstones is the big one, but we broke facilities trying to fix tombstones. Absolutely not worth it. Glad I pushed it to beta though. That's why we do that. Here in multiplayer I kept taking my armor off so that they would kill me. Let's see, this moves fine, so that's good. Yeah, we could scale light too. I will definitely be changing light around a bit. I want to make a light item too. Like a little ball of light on a pedestal that you can pick up in like towers and stuff. We'll get into that when we get back into like dungeons and stuff. You know what? I don't even want to go anywhere because there's so many broken tombstones out at that place. So I've got a tier. Let's just put two cabbages in here, and I got some pants that I should be wearing. And I gotta cheat a little bit here. Pardon me. Now I'm just gonna leave so that it despawns and then come back. Yeah, running out of light is a bummer. I need to record a new playthrough, like an official getting started video, because the one that I have is really old. Why does it say I've only been live for an hour? Did I stop it once? Whatever. Killed myself right out here. Should have some pants and those transferred good. And this should have 2 cabbages in it as it does. I'd like to eat one of the cabbages. Very good. Let's get some seeds from the other dude just to be sure. For why not? I got some seeds and he didn't go away. Interesting. So he's probably not there. Consuming him isn't going to work. Dropping him isn't going to do anything. Alright, so get seeds is a little bugged in multiplayer maybe. But everything else seems to be working fine. Okay, well let's look at get seeds real quick then. And let's write down. Whoa, went all the way down there. We're looking at the 11th. Fixed facility slots being improperly labeled in single player, causing them not to accept items as expected. Sure. This is going to be 17. If you got a mic, it's pretty easy. I actually have what I used to use is this Bandicam, and I paid $15 or something for a license. If you do the free version, it leaves a little made with Bandicam kind of stamp up in the upper left or something like that. But then it just records your screen. It's pretty handy. What are we doing? We're looking at player inventory. Are there any debugs that I need to turn off? Yeah. Quite a few, probably. Right click. All of this stuff. Tombstone ejection. Facilities. I think I cleared these guys. Inventory slot still has a bunch of stuff going off. These guys. I think it's just both add and swap methods. I remember turning those on. I think that's it. Building holder, terrain, save file. What about save data manager? Facilities, spawn facility. No, it looks good. Alright. So we're going to change this to 17 for now. 11th. And we want to look at player inventory once again. Seeds. Get seeds. Inventory slot reference. Seed type. Okay, so that's working fine. Slot reset. We just need to update inventory slots. I don't think you can get seeds out of a bag, right? This one's going to automatically update the slot for us right there. So we just need seeds. Changing the old slot. What else do we need to look at? Art. I don't think there's anything major new, is there? Yeah. Alright. Let's get this patched out. And I fixed, let's go ahead and just try it just to see. stacked in each other. That I've got it set to show only bugs right now. It's probably what's keeping me from seeing it. Oh, no terrain found? It's still doing that? What? Agreed, these point plus click orgies on moving crates or any kind of large a real downturn. Not this one. It'd be great about storehouse. All right. Yeah, that's fixed in, and we can try that out right now. Whoops, what happened? No, really, what happened? What was that? I guess I started too quick. Number 110. Not this one? Oh, crates inside of each other. Yeah. Yeah. I stopped doing building checks because of a number of reasons, but we can improve that, and we can certainly improve this if you think we should. Yeah, I turned buildings off because the new... Ooh, it's that snow. Drop everything. Fix the snow. Of course, now I don't have any cabbages. Put my pants on. Grab a pumpkin. Get some seeds. Did not update. It's snowing. I hate the snow. Get away from me. Why is that not working? Attempt to add resources. Update inventory slots. New list. This is thanks to slot. If item amount equals 1, slot dot reset dot client. Check equipment. Item equals null. Item amount equals 0. Very good. This is a command that's going on the server. In any case, slot. Slot number. Update inventory slots. New listing. Reset is immediate. Update inventory slots for if slot dot item does not equal null else inventory slot amount. come this isn't going off? We can definitely improve that stuff. We're getting to the point where we don't have any real major bugs bothering stuff, I think. Probably do have some planter issues still with multiplayer farming issues. I really want to fix the snow. I think we'll wait until... Yeah, I don't think... I mean, like, you know, the crate placement, that kind of stuff. There's lots of little things, like initial load equipment to this one. There's lots of little things. I do still kind of want to go through all of these one by one, make sure I've looked at them all at least once. Storage test, chest buttons, things like that. How deep do we want to go into the crafting weather system is kind of the question. I guess we probably don't want to go... You know, I've got a better weather system, just to put it short, that I want to build, and I'm going to build. It's just when do we build it? Like you're saying, biome based. But don't think that's quite top of the list right now. Go get one of those pumpkins again. What is this? A leek? That'll do. Yeah, I can't see the crosshair. That was another one. Update inventory 0. I'm going to clear all of these. Okay. Get seeds. Yoink. Update inventory received for 4, but not for 0. So I'm calling some different method here. Okay, what's going on? We are not calling the method I thought we were. Command get seeds. Maybe it's under something like player farming or player nutrition. Get farming prefab from seeds. No. Player nutrition. Find seeds. No. Convert vegetable to seed. Does anybody else use this? No, this is the only place we use it. If seed type is null, return. If inventory is full, return. Otherwise, we're going to do all of this, and then we're going to update the slot. Why is that not calling? Updating slots. And the one did for this guy. If amount does not equal 0, attempt to add resources. No, that works. This should get called update inventory slots. This is on the server. Target to client. Net ID. Slot item does not equal null, but it does. Target to client. We'll just turn that off anyway. Well, snow's already supposed to be based on elevation, which is why it's pissing me off, because I upgraded it and then after I upgraded it, that meaning the software that I use for all of that, somehow it started snowing whenever it wants to. Player environment controls that. I believe breath, temperature, generate temperature, calculate, is it? Yeah, weather. Or did I have a manager that does that? Weather manager, there we go. Change current weather. It does this pick new weather. Which there's no snow in here. It just, when it's time for new weather, it picks a new weather. And then if it's light rain and we're above the altitude, it'll change it to snow. So maybe these are just, these numbers are messed up. We're looking at number 9. Change weather, current weather prefab. This is just an integer. Let's go look at these again. Number 9 is light snow. I can just pause these and look at that real quick. That's going to be under Enviro presets. No, I think it's actually on the manager itself. Which is turned off for the server. Might as well go look on the player. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's a problem. Snow is number 8. Light rain is number 7. Heavy snow is behind heavy snow. What do we got? Clear sky and 4 cloudies. Clear sky and 4 cloudies. And we got a foggy, and then it's light and heavy rain. So that's where this has gotten mixed up. And then it's light and heavy snow. I should have done this weeks ago. I could just reorganize these two, but whatever. Now, the only reason that these are used is because of their numbers, so I don't have to change anything about them, just their references. This is now 7. This guy's 8. If you double tap Control R, it'll change all the references in the solution. So here it's going to change 3 references within this one file. Okay, that should fix the snow. Anyway, we're still trying to fix seeds. Go get into one of those leaks. Clear, clear, get seeds, oops, get seeds, update inventory receive 4, that's so strange, target to client 3, leak seeds, updating slots did get called, which is, you know, command get seeds. That's the method that we added to right here. Where was that? Was that player nutrition and then we closed it? Where did seeds go? Get seeds. There it is. Updating slots got called. Oh, yeah, that's why. Hold on. That's not how that works. New int. My apologies. We need to go like this. There we go. My apologies there. What slows was that? Poison and ice arrow not slowing monsters in multiplayer. Get seeds, now working properly. Cave boss should be the same. Let's see how many adventuring points I've got. I'm only level 1. Alright, hold on a second. Yeah, we'll just do a wussy little bow for testing. Go ahead and add some points here and there. Ice arrow and poison arrow, right? This should be slow speed right off the bat there. Let's go into aim mode. I never use aim mode. Do you use aim mode at all, Art? Does it work? Nope. That's unfortunate. This requires, whoops, 2. Oh, I killed him in 1 hit. That's right, my skill damage is still high up. Maybe those... Fight the guys out at the broken tombstones. That's what I need to rename this Solace to. I like to go first person for archery. I do need... Does it bother you the crosshair is not as visible? I should make that more obvious, shouldn't I? He looks like he's slowing pretty good there. Might have just been the cave boss. no good looking at him on the client. Of course, I can't see him on the server, but he is a member of the mobs. Let's see. Oh, very nice. He's mob number 1. He has current effects. Ice arrow is affecting him, putting his walk speed down, run speed way down. So yeah, ice arrow looks like it's working good. I don't think this guy can kill me. Let's try poison arrow while we're at it. Can't touch this. Boom, 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 boom. Poison arrow. Yeah, that looks like it's slowing him down good. And it should wear off here in a second. Yeah, there he goes. He's faster now. I think that's fine. Snow should be fixed too. Fixed random snow beneath high elevations. What else have we fixed? Fixed seed. Fixed get seeds not properly updating inventory in multiplayer. Let's just see what we've got. Yeah, that's not really it's a minor bug. And I'm even going to change that from bug to be enhancement, because it's not breaking anything. Initial equipment load fail. How about we work on this? Didn't I already resolve this? Next, put my vex for I tried once. This is on P right change to. I believe so. Change scripts to the map of the robot made them. Yeah, he's talking about the map on there. I'm going to change the title of this to multiplayer. And he's not talking about possibly recording the map harvest issues here. There seem to possibly be some recurring aspect of the map harvest update issue. Some of the nodes on my map are not actually present in the world. That's what we want to change this to be, not necessarily MP. That's going to be SP, in fact. And updating resource scanners to work in multiplayer would be another good move one of these days. It's already Friday, man, that's crazy. It's gonna be Christmas in like a week. Rare resources on map, not always present. In world, kind of thing. That's a minor bug, maybe. We do want to work on that. Map is definitely setting screen. What is this? Full screen checkbox isn't remembered still. UI start settings, start UI resolution on enable full screen. Correct. It's not being set properly. Current resolution full screen dot is on equals game settings dot full screen. No, who changes that? Are we not saving that anywhere ever? Spawn resolution clicked. Apply clicked. That's saved by, I guess we just have to look at screen dot full screen. And we're not actually using it as an event, so that should be fine. Okay. Fixed the full screen toggle, not loading its initial state properly. Fog going black on your camera. Is it a picture? No, this is me. I might look at that right now. Issue regarding FPS. Is it possible? Haven't seen this, but we'll leave it open for now. I haven't heard anybody say anything about this, so I'm going to go ahead and resolve it for now. Unless it needs to get brought back open. Grass spawns sporadically. This does... Yeah. Would like to look at that. Duplicate NPCs. Had this happen again with the carpenter. Just gonna leave that as is for now. New storehouse has inventory space of old. Been getting the same haircut since I was 13 maybe. Live rare high creatures do not have the colored sparkly aura. I know I mentioned this somewhere, but you sure about that? I'm gonna say that we've fixed this by now. Let's just double check the code for why not. For shits and giggles. Get rid of these debugs. double check player. What are we looking at? No. Monster AI. Actually, animal AI, huh? Gracias, Exile. This is my summer haircut, just in time for winter. For protected byte rarity equals 0. You telling me that there's some time when this does not get properly? It's kind of difficult to test. How to test. Maybe I make a world full of rare creatures, the likes of which mankind has never seen. Teleport out 50 kilometers and see if we can spot everything properly on a client. Rare creatures. Can I harvesting? Not really even sure how to do that. Uncommon resource chance. Multiplier. I think animals don't have their own specific thing. It's just all tied together. That sounds like it would be hard to find, but should be there. And I can give that a test too. Multiplayer doesn't, really. If is server... Forgot what I was looking at. Right. If we are server... let's look at Animal AI 2 setup. Generate self. Rarity. Where do you actually set yourself? Get animal rarity. Yeah, it just uses the same resource. Spawn. That's kind of a bummer, to be honest. But whatever. Not gems. Let's do... Wish I could just specify animals, but what are you gonna do? I guess let's just not do that. Let's just mess with it. And let's say times 100. And then I'll forget to turn this off and everybody will be like, all the animals are green. or they won't tell me, and they'll revel in their green hides. Reset the characters on big games. What do you mean? Oh, you mean the big patch a while ago? Look like a Spartan. So we should have crazy rare animals now. I'm gonna go teleport out to... That's only... Let's go a little further out. Tier 5 desert. No glowy animals since then. That's not acceptable. Gonna let this load up a little bit. Should be fine now. Pause both the server and the client. On the server, let's go take a look, see if we can spot some animals anywhere. And they're probably... No, they're not all gonna be rare. I was expecting them all to be nice and rare. How come... Wait, Scorpion AI. Rarity 0. Alright. Uncommon. Maybe I've loaded these guys before? No, that should make sense. Uncommon equals 1. We're over tier 4, so we should be at 0.25. Should have a 25% chance. Even here. How come these aren't all? Maybe this is what you're talking about. But no, look, rarity is set up to be... I'm going to turn you off, sir. You off. Don't care about you guys right now either. Was I not in debug mode? I am in debug mode. Don't care about you either, actually. What are we looking at? Animal AI to rarity. Where'd that go? Rarity 0. Rarity 0, rarity 0. How come they're all rarity 0? Even on the server. That does sound like a problem. Hello. I'm just gonna call you Emil. Emil Luis Draven. Thank you for the follow. Check resource stats. This is all AI. Let's just go ahead and do debug.log. Animal plus, what do we got? GameObject.name plus rarity found, let's say generated as plus rarity. Right. I remember adding this from testing it before, so we're making sure that it was showing up on the same thing. Amidios. Interesting. Draven. Never die. That's fun. Did you know that, just makes me think, there's one of the major cities in EverQuest is called Kinos, which is Sony EQ backwards. I think I played EverQuest for years before someone told me that. I was like, it is! It's amazing! I would have never noticed that about Raven if you hadn't said that. What do you mean, trying to make? Are you making it or not? How's it going? Yeah. Definitely takes a lot of time. A spider has generated as rare. We're still in Newbie Town though. Let's go back out to let's go to north, and that's only tier 2. I know Art has some big ones here. Here we go. I don't want to go to Swamp. Art's main town. Let's go check that out. Well, and it depends a lot on the type of game you're trying to make too. Listen, I only got 3 spiders. Doesn't sound right. Anyway, let's go look at them. Which of these spiders? I think the biggest problem we might be kind of talking about here is the fact that Man, still, there should be a lot more. These spiders should be growing. I gave them a 25% chance to churn uncommon, and I just looked through like 7 of them. And none of them are common? What's going on here? Alright, I'm just going to search for rarity particles. And let's see, you are a tree. You are a pig, goat, cow, chicken, cow. Okay, so I don't have normal animals calling this as we would like them to. But for example, here's a pig. Is he super far away though? That's nice. It highlights him for me. Where's your town, Art? Here's your town. Looks like there's a bunch to positive Z, which is east. Looks like there's one just due east behind that fruit tree. I wasn't even paused. Sorry. Was that incorrect? It's east, right? No, positive Z would be west, wouldn't it? You got a lot of obelisks out here. Just past this fruit tree. This stuff can probably kill me in one shot. Yeah, I got a string of animals here. Is anything chasing me? Nothing chasing me. That don't look like they're rare to me. But yeah, that's Malker there. So this guy should be rare. That guy should be rare. That guy should be rare. And these are animal. These are all passive animals. Right. You would still be able to harvest them because the server knows they're rare. But they're not showing up as rare. And again, these are passive animals, so they're a little different. But still, let's take a look at them because they should be automatically syncing. And again, that's a sync var, which I really don't like those. It's supposed to be automatic, supposed to be before start called, but that's a lot of supposeds. I very much prefer to just set that stuff myself, specifically. Like this guy. What's the matter with you, little cow? Harvestable animal. We're looking at the animal AI. Rarity is 1. He knows that he's rare. He's not the server. His rarity is greater, but it might have just not triggered at the, proper time. Set parent transform 00. Yeah, he should be there, and he's not. Right? Cow. Yeah, he doesn't have it on him at all. I think that sync var just isn't timing properly like they say it does. I'm curious what this blue. What are these debug lines going on here? I don't remember what that is. Those look like debug rays. What are they pointing at? Pointing at monsters. Why is that? Monster AI. Draw. I think it's draw. Do I have a draw line somewhere? Draw ray. They're all turned off. Why are they doing that? doesn't matter. So, in short, start is getting called before this happens. If we are on the client or the server, override start, check resources. Set up start. Public override start. Where does that actually get going? Generate self. Who calls this? Mob finder. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, but still, generate self. I'm looking for spawn, which is not here, which means it's under monster AI. Not that one. No? Who actually spawns it? I guess that just gets called when it gets generated right away by the area. Procedural area. No glow rhino. Well, at least they're not getting beefed up for being rare, like they should be. Imagine if blue was a boss rhino. That would be scary. Procedural area. Spawning animals. Set parent. So it just gets spawned immediately. Even though this doesn't get called until the mob finder hits it, which could or could not go off before the proximity checker. So that sync var. Well, let's say we give it a hook. Monsters have the rarity var as well, right? Sync var protected by rarity equals 0. Let's say hook equals rarity changed. I don't think this has to be public, does it? And if it's a monster, there's no chance of it triggering, so we don't really need to make this inheritable. And rarity particles are also kept. Don't we keep a... we do not. We just set them as a child. Alright, so let's move that up to here too. And have a transform rarity particles reference, which starts out as null. Got cats running through my wires. What are you doing, kitty? In which case, hi. This is no longer necessary. Let's look for all mentions of you. That's right, it needs to be protected to be accessible by everybody. Protected transform. Who else? So we don't want to recreate you, we want you to go ahead and use what you know. Probably same deal here. Go ahead and use the reference. But rarity changed hook. And of course, this doesn't matter for the server. If is server can return immediately. Otherwise, I'm going to move this bit that one. Just this start, if not server bit here. Which means I can completely... oh, we're doing a return there though, huh? Well, we can just change that to return then. If this is the server, you're not going to do anything. However, if this comes through, go ahead and do that. Climb into my margin, sure. Monster AI, and now Animal AI and Animal AI 2 are going to automatically inherit that. So I want to turn it off here as well. I think I might use that debug. Put some spaces, for God's sake. Who wrote this? Back to Monster AI. I'm going to toss this debug there, even though I'm not going to use them right now. Let's go ahead and do that, actually. Rarity changed on game object name. I don't need the instance ID. Plus rarity equals rarity. And then that should initiate the spawning of these things. Now, Let's do an if rarity particles does not equal null. Destroy rarity particles dot game object, because that's the reference to the transform. And then it'll recreate them, yada yada. I'm worried though that actually this still could be not called in certain situations. We're going to call this whenever rarity gets calculated by the server. But what if what if it spawned after the rarity has already been set? Is this still going to get called? Pearl, you don't have to go see. I know what you're doing. My wife just went out to her car. Now Kitty wants to go stand by the door, see if he can sneak out. Why don't you just stay right here for a minute? Yeah, why don't you just stay on my lap for a minute? You don't need to go try and go outside. You're an indoor kitty. Just give her a minute. Yeah, she'll be back. She'll be back. It's alright. See, I think this will fix what we're talking about for those cows and whatnot. But, oh, see there, now you want to go run and see. Daijoubu. Once again, I want to go wet. No, I'm back at the start. I'm going to go back out to Artstown. Where was that? Just because I know those animals should be out there to the west. Even though things are loading in slowly. Which is, oh, loading in twice, sure. I don't think I can survive against these guys, but the animals do all have rarity particles on them now. I'm just a bit concerned. Oh, yeah, that hurt. Get away from me. I'm just gonna run. Ooh, did he hit me again? What's the deal? I only stopped for like a half second there. Boy, there's a lot of them out here too. I'm just gonna run for at least like 250 meters. Make sure that that's working fine. Looks like all these chickens are green because I bumped up the uncommon spawn rate by 100-fold. So we would expect that. But will it hold up? Oh no, it's the swamp. Can't see anything in the swamp. There's not a lot of animals in the swamp. Something hit me. I'm gonna just teleport home. Who hit me? Probably something. Spider or something. I guess I don't have to go that far out. Meow, meow, meow. Tier 7 desert. Let's go back to there. Hi, kitty. You're back. Rubbing on the mic. Really would prefer some grass. Maybe I can go in this direction. Get a little grass here. I just want to make sure, like, oh, wasn't watching there. And I don't have any hit points because I was just getting attacked earlier. And my heal sucks. Yeah, there are animals. It's just hard to see stuff in the swamp. You know what I mean? Man, I need to upgrade this hill. That rhino can't still be chasing me. Can he? Okay. Let's up my heal up here. Just a bit. Alright. I'm not even sure that there is the situation that I'm imagining where the server could spawn an animal somehow prior to the client. Of course, now I'm not seeing any animals. There should be a fair amount of animals in the mountains. How come I'm not seeing any animals? Thought that was a bear for a second. Where's all the animals? Is there something weird going on here? Are you messing with me? What's going on here? Can't you, show me where they are a little better than that, please? Are these, are we getting deemed as within the mountain, but then too low for animals to spawn? Is that what's going on here? What are we at? Y990. And prefab animals, say a bear. No, we want to look at the procedural prefabs for our animals. Like the bear. His minimum height is 1050. Now that's just not necessary. If this is considered biome mountain, bears can just go ahead and spawn here. So that's why we're not seeing any animals. Yeah, that's just unnecessary, isn't it? Let's go ahead and save, close that down. We're not messing with Enviro anymore. Prefabs, procedural prefabs, animals. Yeah, you can be wherever you want to be. I mean, I don't want you to be underwater. And I don't want you to be above the snow line. But if the game says it's mountain, it's mountain. Just deal with it. Crocodile can be anywhere. Doe, fox. Foxes can be anywhere too, huh? Interesting. I think that's fair. 805. Sure, whatever. Chickens and cows stay low because they're docile little dainty creatures. Goats and everybody else. What else we got here? Grass, badlands, rhinos, snails. Yeah, you can spawn in the mountains lower than that if you want. Spider does not... Why does spiders spawn in the swamp? Yeah, I suppose. They should spawn in the mountains too, shouldn't they? Maybe not. Stag, you can be lower than that if you like. Wolf, so can you. Arctic wolf, however, you need to stay up in the snow. Alright, let's try that again. There should be... Now I just gotta keep running again. Like I say, I don't think that there's any cases where this isn't going to work as intended, but nice to double check. What do we got? What do we got? Stuff's popping up. There's some kind of creature over here. Probably a boar. There's a bear. There's a fox. Running back towards the... Who just hit me? Foxes are aggressive? I guess so. That's a tiny little vicious fox, though. Get away from me. There's a doe that's fine. I want to try running off into... There's something purple glowing up there. Just want to run around a little bit, make sure everything... It looks fine. Uncommon animals galore. What do you think about foxes being aggressive? Is that correct? Yeah, it looks like they're all spawning fine now. Is that an animal? That's an animal. That's a wolf. What's this? There's a doe and a stone. Like to people? I mean, we've got foxes here too, but I've never heard of them getting anywhere near a person. I guess they are pretty territorial. Yeah, it looks like they're all working fine now. Rarity changed. We got a rare fox somewhere. Alright. Well, we'll leave that up to further testing. Ooh. Naughty bear. I believe that will remedy our problems, though. Let's make sure that still works in single player. And then we got to be sure that we disable this before we quit out. So I'm going to start this up single player. And looks fine. Okay. Turn that off, close it down. Debugs I need to get rid of. No. If rarity, blah, 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 blah. I kind of do want to just add that little check in there. You know, just to be nice. Let's look for all mentions of rarity particles on monsters. It's only going to be there, but then it's going to be inherited by these guys for single player. And I'm just going to add that just to be safe on animal 2 as well, which is aggressive animals, rarity P. Rarity particles, game object name. Where did that come from? I think that is left over from me testing it somewhere. We don't want you to do that. We just want you to spawn as normal. Oh, this is the debug I was looking for. Very good. Very good. Okay. So that should be sorted out now. Let's write that down. Fixed animal rarity particles not spawning properly on MP clients. Resolved in 0.7.0.17. Grass fog equipment loading. Chickens give close to 40. This, we got rid of that. Chickens now give feathers, etc. That has totally changed. Resources near a tower, not always harvestable. That is true. That is true. Whoops. Got a duplicate. Fixed 0.17. I think what happens here is we can close this stuff down, right? Let's go look at it. Harvestable object. When it starts up, there's some things that it does. Or am I crazy? Another thing. No, I'll bet I know what's going on, yeah. Not what I was thinking. Actually, that's probably because when we spawn the area, we're only going to be spawning that kind of stuff on the server. So say we've got a tower spawning, which would be here. We're going to add to it, which is good. Spawn locations. Yeah, this is the problem. If we're a client, we're not going to add that to the spawn locations. So all the other spawns aren't going to check to see if there's a tower here that they don't want to spawn to. So we actually don't want to do this. We want it to be in there, but then we want to stop it from spawning on the client when it tries to actually go and instantiate the object itself, which is down here. If it's a tree, that's fine. And there's other things that do that as well, such as prepare everything. Prepare. Spawn multiplier. Let's look at all of those. Let's look for client. Who is stopping things due to clients? That's all good and well there. What about, no, everything else is acting as normal, right? Remove, okay. I thought it might have been stopping it here somewhere as well. Find a location, etc. You're not double checking to make sure that you're the server or not anywhere, are you? No. Find a location is normal. Get a random location is normal. Check location is normal. Prepare spawn is normal. So that should all be running fine. The only thing that we don't want to do And this, I believe, is already being handled properly. Somewhere down here. Spawn. Network spawn equals true. In other words, oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Spawn objects. If we are a multiplayer client, we don't want to do any of this. We still want you to prep it and use its data the same on both. Like we changed here. Still want it to know that it's there. But only actually spawn it on the server. So that's fine because this is marked here properly. That should stop trees from spawning inside of towers. And that should be only on the client side. If there's anything spawning in single player, that would mean that our size settings would need adjustment. All of these procedural prefabs have a size setting that will create a circle around them for other things to not spawn. So if we look at the vertical dungeon, which is the big tower, it's got a size of 30, which is a radius of 30 meters. That might not be enough, honestly. Towers have 20. Vertical dungeons might need more than that. Do we have towers spawning inside? Really? These not spawning on multiplayer? I haven't seen any of these in a while either. World encounter, if world encounter equals 20, world encounter holder, if predetermine the world encounter, this guy should automatically be generated along with the terrain save file. Generate world encounter. Get random 0 to 2. Cave, tower, or vertical dungeon. Is this not working properly? Are we flooring it? Floored int. That might not be acceptable. And we can't change that. That's a bummer. Where was I? Find all references. Generate world encounter. Under encounter data. Yeah. Move that over here. Take a look at that again. This is going to give us a value between 0 and 1. We're then going to multiply that by the complete range, which in this case is 2 to 0. Where are we doing? Encounter data. 2 to 0, so range of 2. So now we are 0 to 2. And then we're going to floor it, which means we've got like a 0.0001% chance of ever actually hitting 2. Because it would have to get directly onto 2.00. If I change this, which I really should, it's going to change everything that makes use of this. So that's not how we want to do that. We want to do it here. And because this is set up to automatically engage as soon as a terrain is generated, it shouldn't actually affect already generated terrains. In the extremely rare chance that we do actually get a 3, it'll just default back to a cave. That's acceptable. That is unfortunate, but glad we caught it. Fixed large towers, aka vertical dungeons, not spawning in multiplayer. And now that they will spawn, we'll probably have all kinds of bugs with them to work on, which is cool, because we like to fix bugs. This should be resolved 0.7.0.17. And like I said, if a tower ends up going outside of this 30-meter radius, we might have trees spawn inside of it. I could look at the generator for that. Which I believe has its own dungeons folder. There we are. Dungeon Creator 2. Is that what you are? What's Dungeon AI? No, that's not it. Dungeon Creator 2. Dungeon sizes. Min, max. Have I got a prefab somewhere for this? Is what you're telling me? Where is he? Vertical dungeon. Dungeon Creator 2. Oh, none of that's exposed. Okay. Why'd I put a header there then? Whatever. Min X, max X, 30, 30. So yeah. This is going to be square. So we'd actually want to have the... And those are times 3, aren't they? Only 9 p.m. Man, I'm exhausted by 5 sometimes. 30 times 30 square root. That's not what I meant to do. What did I want to do? You know what I'm talking about, right? A squared plus b squared equals c squared. 900 plus 900. The square root of that. 42. And these are room sizes, isn't it? So that would be a 3-meter box, isn't it? Room settings, dungeon sizes, room min X, yeah. Dungeon min X. Oh, okay. Dungeon size is gonna... Well, if these are the same, it's just gonna return 15 every time. That's kind of silly. Dungeon size is gonna be 15. Alright. And that's the size. Which is then going to be used step by step. And we do offset it, I believe. Yeah, dungeon size divided by 2. Determine starting point. Shouldn't we do that with the X as well? Anyway, the point I'm getting at is if our dungeon size is 15, that's actually 15 steps, which each is actually 3 meters, which is 45. So we need a 45 meter radius to be sure. And then for example, this times 2 at the square root, because we're dealing with a square here, we'd actually need a 63 meter radius to be absolutely sure that there aren't any resources spawning in range of the tower. So this is going to change spawn patterns just a bit, but I think that's a fair assumption, or a fair repair. Procedural prefabs, world encounters, vertical dungeon, and they weren't spawning before anyway, so it's not a huge change. Let's go 64. Which is pretty big. Can you create your own custom drop-downs on Bitbucket? If so, maybe add a drop-down and pre-pop with all the different versions that people can select when subbing a ticket and make that field required. I don't think it is that fancy, unfortunately. No. Issue tracker components. Bitbucket issue tracker components. What are these? Let's just try and add one. Enter component name, version, add, default, edit, name, version. Yeah, what did that do? Issue tracker, milestones, versions, enter version name, issue tracker versions. Is that what that is? Components. Let's get rid of you. Versions, enter version name, 0.0.7.0. 16. Add. Let's see this. 17. Add. Default. I don't know what that means. Set as default. Yeah, sure. 17, well, right now 16 is default, huh? So now when I go to make an issue, create an issue, version. Oh yeah, that is, there you go. I would like to add more things like that. For example, single player, multiplayer. Versions. What is components? Enter component name. Can I just do like a, what was I talking about? Single player. Multiplayer. What does that do now? Component. Single player, multiplayer. Interesting. That's kind of nice. Is it going to show those on the current issue list? Version. It is going to show version. It's not going to show component for me. Where would it show component? Maybe it does show it somewhere. Let's just make a test. Test. I'm going to sneeze. Single player version, whatever. That's kind of neat there. Check that out. Probably don't want to set a default for that. Let people select it. But can you do multiple components? Like you're suggesting component single player. Can only have one. Shift. No. Components. How about like this? I don't think we should set a default though. No, it doesn't let me do anything more than this. I can probably set you up as a moderator or something if you like. Users and group access. Yeah, do you have a Gmail that you've ever sent me before? Don't think so. Is that Gmail? I think I have to make you an admin for this repository, but that's fine. Nothing special in this repository, not that I don't trust you or anything. Just need to make sure that my main repository is safe under all circumstances, and it is, and it's given me a bit of a warning there. This repository is over a gigabyte. Yeah, I know. Bug tracker. Yeah. Anyway, Linux single player. I don't think we can get any more specific than that unless we pay money or something. But can I delete this? Cancel. Delete. Anyway, I'm going to sign off for lunch. Did we just fix something? Not spawning a multiplayer. Fixed. Resources spawning too close to vertical dungeons. And if they spawn in towers too, or anywhere else, I can adjust that setting as well. Yeah. So anyway, does my VS View have cat cam now? It does. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm gonna break for lunch and probably be back in an hour. 99% sure. Probably getting late where you are, Art. If you're heading to bed, we'll catch you later. And thanks for the follow.